for the first couple of rounds. A little last-minute jobbing. But I'm here. I'm ready to get into the action. Copenhagen Wolves against Lilmix. And, well, been a little bit of a roller coaster so far. Copenhagen Wolves won the pistol, lost the second round. It's always awkward, especially against the CT4 spy. They have to come back with a force of their own and try and make something work. But just the pistols, it's not going to be easy. They'll barrel it up short, and they will meet their maker. It's a quick shutdown. Quick triples it up with the MP9. BQ there with a couple as well. Fairly comfortable stuff. As Lilmix will take the lead, they should be able to extend that a little bit further as well. The Wolves won't really have cash to work with. So just with the Glocks, I guess sort of the one mission here is try not to die to the MP9. That's a little bit obvious. Don't feed them money. Outside of that, secondary goal. Maybe get a bomb plant. That'd be nice. Yolani. Behind this smoke, it starts to fade. Just a very, very slow approach to this here on the Wolves. Maybe using this as a bit of an opportunity to talk some things over before going into that next buy round. Remember, this is an elimination match. It's all on the line here. The Wolves lost their opening game against Young Ninjas. Lilmix lost their opening game against kONO. So, loser of this gets knocked out of the group. Absolutely all to play for here in the early morning game. That Young Ninjas lineup is actually kind of crazy. I've just taken a little look at it, and you've got like Blue Phoenix and Mistum. It's not much of a Young Ninjas roster. Blue Phoenix is 24. Mistum's 23 and has had an entire career as a main team player before then coming to an academy side. Oh dear. They put up a good performance the other day, though, and that 2-1. Biolani drops early. And it has just occurred to me that the Wolves have got Quez standing in, which is kind of interesting, instead of Shane. There's a little bit of a super sub. If you're going to have a sub, I think Quez is definitely a powerful player to get in, but that's exactly why. Smashing heads to get this round started. And pretty much to get it finished as well. Lilmix don't want to play for the retake. There is money. There's plenty of money. But no real need to take a big risk here. So we'll just be back away. Try and hold on to these rifles. The Wolves are going to go hunting for them. I'm not the biggest fan. No cash. There's no cash on the T side.
Terrorists win.
Right. We'll jump in with a different microphone. Hello, you lot. Sorry for the silence. No idea what's happened there. Hopefully should be fixed now, I guess. I've been waffling away to myself this whole time, apparently. Okay. So right back into the action, the Wolves here with the rifles. I'm not sure how long it's been since you've been able to hear me, so I might repeat a couple of the things I've said in the last couple of minutes. It's so difficult for the Wolves today. You've got Matthias standing in for Andu at the moment. Now that's still quite last minute, but he's had a couple of days' notice. And then also Quez playing, seemingly as like a very last-minute stand-in situation for Shane. So it's just like a really, really difficult... You can't play any of your usual structure. You're sort of playing a more poke-centric setup here, just kind of doing what you can, desperate to maintain a little bit of structure, but knowing that you're going to have to rely on your individuals. That is what we see here in this round. It is fixed. All right, thank you, Nixter. Yeah, yeah, bit of a weird one. Bit of a last-minute job. Get a message. Pistol round's already live. It's like, oh, yeah, I can jump in. And then my mic just breaks for some reason. Well, I don't know. Maybe it's not the mic that's broken, but something wasn't working about it. So yeah, we're on a different one. Quick's fighting for his life. He's 10-3. Maintaining that KD, putting up the numbers here for sure. Kind of wild how much he's sort of put into this roster and how much he does for this roster and developed so much talent over the years. Sova and Doobs, two players that I'm not too familiar with, but oh, looks like there'll be a restart. Biolani's just DC'd. But yeah, not too familiar with. But I'm sure I will be in the near future, because that's just sort of how players that yeah, go through Quix's Lilmix Academy, or not really academy, but you know, his project. That's always sort of the way that it goes. BQ and Bodemaster, obviously two veteran players within the Swedish scene as well. Bodemaster's kind of an interesting one, because he's a player that I always thought was going to do like much bigger things. I actually always thought he was going to sort of breach into tier 1 and whatnot, and he never really did, you know. Like, he played around, like, in that Lilmix project. His first tenure in that Lilmix project was back in 2018. I remember I did a LAN event at the very start of 2020 where he was playing effectively with that Lilmix project. They were playing under Savage, I think, but and then in 2022 he went to ATK, and it was like, okay, well, that's an interesting step, but you know, there's something there. And you know, there's been a lot of instances of players in the South African scene then going on to tier 1 and whatnot, so I thought maybe that was then the path. Then he went to Alliance at the start of CS2, and it was like, okay, well, again, not a tier 1 roster, but a roster with potential to push into sort of the top 30 and whatnot. And unfortunately, things didn't really work out there, and now he's back at Lilmix, sort of full circle. It's been his home, I guess, that he's bounced in between throughout his entire career. As I say, he started in 2018. He then went and played for a couple of different rosters, then went back at the end of 2019, played there through until the start of 2021, and then that's when he went on another. So, in fact, start of 2022. Then went away for another 3 years. Now he's back again. Is this Lilmix's map pick? I think so. The HUD's a little bit confusing. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is Lilmix's map pick. Wolves have picked Ancient. That makes a lot of sense. They do often pick it into Ancient. Okay, can hear a lot of clicks in the chat. So I'm thinking and I'm hoping that that means that we should be ready to go again in just a moment. No, now Bowden's DC'd. I might be trolling. I might be trolling. Alright, you might have to give us a minute. Okay, back into business. Matthias. Right on the other side of this wall. The Wolves have kind of been snapping back a little bit in these last couple of rounds. Bowden. Big shot to get the ball rolling, but very awkward timing out of Isova. Matthias able to capitalise. Spots an arm as well. That smoke will go down into CT. Boost up over the top. We're following up for more. Wow. Okay. All right. Better stuff. It's kind of crazy how quickly they've left that site so vulnerable. After getting that early pick on 8. Just feels very disjointed out of Lilmix, and the Wolves can capitalise. Matthias with an entry on the double. Bowden does at least manage to take one back, but yeah, time is of the essence. If there was a little bit more time to work with, then I think maybe they'd have a decent crack at that. Without it, just feels impossible.
Terrorists win.
So it'll be 5-4. Scoreline near enough tied up. Cheat. We'll blow that smoke open. Jaquinho pressing forward. Bowden waiting. Ooh. It's a big pick. Perfect start to the round for the resident AWPer that finds himself with a rifle in hand and passing up the opportunity to pick up the sniper at his feet. He's walked through the smoke and crossed paths with BQ, but doesn't recognise it. A freebie here onto Doobs, who's thinking, well, there's no chance someone can be up long. And now he can play the trigger discipline. There's another one coming the other way. Jaquinho with the big smart plays. And BQ all by himself and has to back off. What a round out of Jaquinho, single-handedly making that his, and I'd love to know the comms there. Just him saying, nobody move. I've got them all lined up. Nobody move. And the score at 5 apiece. Wolves looking good.
Terrorists win.
Okay, well, things are now heating up a little bit. Eddie K's in the chat. Hello, brother. Bowden spots the head. Oh, it's gross, but far too dangerous to try and escape like that. Feels like, again, these sort of little mistakes out of Lilmix. And there's not too much money. It is just that hero AWP. But Bowden was just hoping he was catching off that one lurker there in the apartments. Is not the case.
Bomb has been planted.
That bomb. No one's really in position to stop him, so there you go. He'll hit that first. He has got the full 10-seconder, so Jaquinho's just going to send it right. I'm sure he could have been there in time, if not for BQ's resistance, but it's all a bit of a mess. Final round of the half then. Lilmix hungry for 7. I'll be honest, considering how things have gone so far. It's over. Wiped out after the tape where aggression trade is there. But again, this B bomb site just crumbles. It feels like the Wolves have found the Achilles heel of this defense.
Bomb has been planted.
And rinse and repeat. It will just be pressure on to B. And success over and over again. Jaquinho doubling it up. And even with the man advantage here on the retake, there is no chance when Jaquinho is firing on all cylinders like he is. 11 kills in the half for him. It's not quite matching the freak of Quicks. But it's been a special performance out of him so far in a couple of these key rounds. Huge work being done to recover this to 6-6 after how it started. Remember, they were 5-2 down. Felt like at one point they were on a sinking ship, destined for the bottom of the ocean. And now they're afloat again. Bobbing above the water. Just the Glocks then here for Lilmix. Oh, actually, there is one upgraded pistol. It's the P250. It's on BQ. Didn't quite catch it. Silhouettes look really similar. That was smart. So loads of noise into the apartments. They pulled that rotation over, knowing that the Wolves are going to be just a little on edge with like the whole standing situation and stuff. I think everyone's going to be a little hasty to rotate and whatnot. And that's kind of what we see here, you know. As soon as that contact's made, they pull an extra man over to the A bomb site. They have the B player getting aggressive down Banana, like really hungry for this info. And then it'll just be the send right up banana. Have to give the sight up. Matthias at least will take one before he falls, but a 4v4 retake now needed. Not sure what's taken Bielani so long to rotate, especially considering he's the man with the kit. He's an important piece to this puzzle. But he's fallen on the floor and they're scrambling under the sofa to find him. Bielani rocks up at the party, fashionably late, but a big headshot. And now a bit of time, perhaps. As I say, that kit. That's a major spanner to the works if Bodemaster can't hit the shot. He does connect one. It takes a second for him to slow down, compose himself. Stop that defuse, but Lilmix will make it there as a 7th on the board. Yeah, it just felt like they called the right strat there on the pistol. Gunfights arguably didn't matter as much. No buy here for the Wolves, but a buy nonetheless. This time they've guessed incorrectly with the stack again. These 4-1 setups. We saw it on the pistol round. We see it on the second round right here. Tape where the only defender on the A site is by himself for the 5-7. If it was a full eco, you'd shrug your shoulders, but the buy like this, yeah, that is a shame. Again, he's gone 1 for 1, so as much as you can really expect him to get out of this, but it doesn't look like anyone's really going to go for the rotation. They know that they'll be on an eco in the next. It's better to just try and have something here to work with. So pulling away from the pack again. But this is quite reminiscent of what we saw in the first half as well, right? Lilmix getting off to a good start and sort of pulling away a little bit. They didn't win the pistol last time around, but they won that follow-up. They won that second round and were able to just sort of snowball off of it a little bit. I've just opened up Twitch chat again. KJ Dalid. Yes, it's me. We the best music. Another one. Holy shit. Yeah, while you're at it, sign my profile as well. I'm a big fan too. Oh. Alright, nice start, Quez. Very good start, in fact. Put the Wolves at a 2-man advantage. Molly down onto the site. Flushes Bodemaster out. Doesn't deny that plant. Doesn't do a whole lot of damage either, but Quez's MP9 will continue to. A 3k in an effective eco round with just a couple of weapons saved. And he single-handedly takes it by the reins. And puts that 7 on the board when you least expect it. Lilmix will still have cash, but the Wolves are sort of back in the picture. Four AKs and an AWP to work with here, though. Not always that you see this T-side AWP come into play on Inferno. It is one of those maps where so many teams will just go without it. When you have got an AWP like Bodemaster, though, it feels like a waste not to utilise it. Start from Tapewatt, the one contingency on that FAMAS. Finding a pick, not able to upgrade yet, but even if he just trades out here, it's not a problem. If you want to take another elsewhere, Quez, important fight. Chiquinho's won his duel as well. And a man advantage, perhaps a second to come as Quez finds the timing. Foden misses his shot. And the M4 are able to capitalise. Tapeware and Matthias on what's about to be a retake. But with the bomb not down yet, they might even just try and press for this before the plant comes in. Instead, it'll have to be with the pressure of the bomb beeping. Quick's big pick on the first. Tapeware's hit the dink. Just needs one more bullet. And he'll put it right into the arm to tie things up at 8. Lilmix with the bomb plant will perhaps have a little bit of cash to work with. Tactical pause here for Lilmix. Quicks feels like he's doing everything he can. He's 19 and 8. Been dead set on developing young talent, but sometimes doesn't accept the superstar that he can be. It's up big numbers in these games. What sort of question is that? We get some, like, really... No, they started CT side, and then at half-time, both teams said, yeah, let's just stay like this. We don't have to switch, and they're CT again. I'm sorry. But yes, they started T-side first half, because they're now CT side. It's a fairly comfortable round here, to be honest, for Lilmix, despite the low buy. Oh. It's a pretty bad whiff. It's a pretty bad whiff, to be honest. Matthias, here's him dropping down. It's a good pick for that first, but...
Terrorists win.
I like the call for the pause. Both teams utilising them quite well. And they've come in quite handy so far. To back out onto a bye, but far from a perfect one. 4M4's quest down to that 5-7. We've seen how capable he can be with it. Tiny bit of util to work with. That one kit as well in play. Over. Looking to be that first point of contact here out of brackets, but no one to be on the receiving end. This is super slow from them, and it's kind of interesting that the Wolves have got all the pieces in place, and no one's really pressuring for any information. Finally, we'll see that. The 30-second mark, they say, right, we're fed up with this. We're going to play for some info. Chiquinho and Biolani double up on long, and they will find those important kills, but that's going to send the bomb barreling straight into B. There's got to be tapeware to hold it down. He won't. He'll fall to Bowden, and all of a sudden, this becomes a 3v3. Oh no. KJ Dalid. Just when I thought we could be friends. You have to go and insult Polish CS. Unforgivable. Bowden. That's a nice shot. An unfortunate round to give up for the Wolves. That was... one that you kind of fancied their chances at taking after winning the opening fights. Not sure what the plan was there at the end there with with Bowden dropping his AWP, going down. I think he just accepted the fact that he couldn't get far enough away. I reckon he maybe could have, but doesn't even attempt it. There is money, so it doesn't really matter. That AWP will be picked up. Dramatic effect, I guess, is what he was going for. I've got to agree, though. Yeah. Tape peeking coffins there was a problem. If they're walking up, you can argue that, you know, he's going for the information, but they were running. They were being real loud about it. So, yeah, with the man advantage, he absolutely could have not fought there, waited for the retake and played for that together. But, yeah. Split-second decision-making. Peeks into the AWP. Maybe didn't necessarily know that Bowden was going to be posted on it with that sniper, especially as you're hearing him run up. I guess that's another thing there, right? If you're hearing him run up, the last thing that you're really expecting is an AWP to actually be posted on that. But always awkward. Feel bad for me. Can't see a game that looks like a 2K elo face it poke. It's definitely better than that, but I did mention before, the Wolves are playing with 2 stand-ins. I'm not sure there's much of an excuse for Lilmix, but I think generally they've been playing slightly more structured CS. Money is money. They get paid to cast and nothing to lose to them. Yeah, well. I'm here on a last minute, boys. I'm here on a in bed, get a message. We need a caster right now. Okay, yeah, go on then. I'll come help. Matthias absolutely bombarded by the nades. And yeah, it's my profession, I guess. Yeah, watch CS pretty much day in, day out. Watch a lot of the Wolves games. Big entries. Oh, wow, that tower just gets shut down. This is looking bleak here for the Wolves. Just gunfight after gunfight. Crumbling under the Lilmix pressure. Bowden will finish things off with that AWP. And yeah, that is a unfortunate string of events. You know, it was looking like quite a promising game for them, especially when they found their footing in that first half, brought it back to 6-6, then... You know, okay, got off to a bit of a rocky one in the second half, but after losing the pistol in the follow-up, then won that eco round, won the round after that as well. And you think, all right, yeah, hang on a minute, you know, 8-8. Things have gone very sour since then. Don't know where the caster seems familiar with, like perhaps cast qualified. I cast absolutely shitloads of stuff. I do a lot of the CCT games. I do loads of the Compass stuff. Been doing a bit of Galaxy Battle recently. I do a lot of stuff on my own channel with, yeah, some of like the PGL quals and things like that. So yeah, maybe you've heard me on some of those. I don't know. Challenger League. Yeah, all sorts. That's me. Thanks, Evan. Much love. Alrighty. Well, bit of a last hurrah here for the Wolves. They've got to hold on. It's do or die here on Inferno. And they are doing exactly that. With the low buy, they're making this work. And the 4v2 actually feels quite obtainable. Chiquinho. It's tucked behind first oranges. The bomb is just around this corner. Bodemaster has already called the save. So, a bit of an interesting one. He's literally in the T-spawn. Will I be doing any of the Astana stuff today? I wasn't planning to. But maybe I could. I mean, what's going on today? There's... Huh. All sorts, actually. There's the... Is this today as well? Yeah. Huh. Right, yes, there's all the South American stuff, and then there's the closed qual games. And I'm whitelisted to do those. So yeah, maybe I do. That could be cool. A lot of people are already covering a lot of those, but yeah, maybe there's a couple I could jump in and do. I am also working on it this evening, but I might have a bit of time. Do one of the 4 PM games, perhaps. Might do that Wild Lotus match. That could be the play. Right. $12-9. 3 more chances to get this over the line. You're down. Gonna give me a follow. Thanks, fan. I appreciate it a lot. I appreciate it a lot. Okay, Bowden. Run boost around the corner. HG to fly over. Jaquinho. Take a decent chunk of damage from that one. It doesn't matter. A 10 seems almost guaranteed to be teed up here. And a 4v2. Seems unlosable. Jaquinho hitting nice shots. Bialani there with a FAMAS. And yeah, pretty tidy stuff. So within just 2. Money broken here for Lilmix as well. It's over. P250, just around this corner. One hero AK on Bodemaster, the rest on the pistols, except for Quicks, who's got a Mac 10. He's had a very good game, 25 kills. The penultimate round of regulation. It does seem like it's going to come down to the wire. It'll be overtime or bust here for the Wolves. They have got to get it over the line just against these pistols, though. And to be honest, so much of the time it's their kryptonite. Often, though, you'll see when the Tech 9s come out, so does a tempo change. That's not been the case. Lilmix have run down this clock. Now the pressure's on as they'll play into B. Sorry, not B, A, but there's a 3-man stack in place. Brilliant flash from Quez. Allows Bialani to tee up 2, get the info on the 3rd, and relay that comfortably. Keeping things really tidy. Another 4v2 situation. The pistol's not causing problems. Quez is there to finish. Jaquinho's on that crossfire. And can switch to the sidearm, the P250. Just want to get that one done. No need for the AWP. Interesting time for a tech pause. Good to get all the creases ironed out, though, before going into what is the most important round of the game. It's always crazy. You play a full 24 rounds account, or 23 rounds of Counter-Strike in our case, and it all boils down to just one. Any mistakes, and the Wolves will be out of Inferno. They can prevent those mistakes and get it over the line. They won't be in the clear just yet, but they'll have overtime to prove themselves further. And given the momentum that they've got, the little streak that they're finding themselves on, perhaps they'll be able to get it over the line. You can't help but feel that this comeback is at least 50% to blame on the poor economy of Lilmix. It's felt like in the 4 rounds they've lost, or perhaps 3. What was it? 12-8. So, yeah. 3 rounds they've lost. 2 of them have been ecos or low buys. They've managed their economy properly here. They now have the big weapons to work with in the last. The problem is that lack of util, to be honest. 3 smokes, 1 flash on Doobs. Not really what you want at a time like this. You're reliant on the firepower. They've left the bomb T ramp, so whilst it does feel like they're going to try and play into A, they're not actually committed to anything just yet. B-Sova's just holding there from Banana. It'd be disastrous if the Wolves got aggro and replayed for that Banana control, but it doesn't look like they're going to. But if they found that kill onto him, if they did find that kill onto him, then yeah, that would cause a whole world of hurt. Here we go. Loads of space gained. And the crunch into the A site actually looking pretty scary. Doobs has found an important pick. BQ with one on the rotate as well. Quez is just doing his absolute best to stay alive here. He's fighting so hard. But crunched in from all angles. And there's no support at all. With everybody else falling, he's just left on an island. Take where Matthias. Got to try and recover this, but a 3v2 retake. They got the post plant already. Okay, there's no util here for the T's. There are a couple of kits in play. 1 flashbang, but the spams are unforgiving. Quick says no. And BQ will be there to hammer the final nail in the coffin. Tapeware goes down on short, and that will be all for Inferno. That is a little bit of a rough way for that one to end for the Wolves after the comeback that we saw and the fight that they had in them. However, it is their opponent's map pick. We've got Ancient up next. You can't help but feel that the Wolves should have a good chance at taking that one and bringing us to that 3rd and final decider. We'll have to wait and see though, folks. We're going to go to a short break. When we return, we will be back with that second map. So don't go too far. You certainly don't want to miss it. Welcome back, everybody, to EPL. We are just about ready to go with our second map of this series. Copenhagen Wolves had a bit of a hard time on Inferno. It was their opponent's map pick. They gave it a decent run. It went to the full 24 rounds. They weren't able to get it over the line. Now here on Ancient, their own map pick, you expect to see better. But whether or not we'll get it is another question. Aggression here from BQ. Through a main, punished. It feels a little bit foolish that early on in the pistol, but thinks that he's found a little bit of a crack in the pavement that he can kind of squeeze through, and it's punished for doing so. Nice shot back from Quicks. Doesn't overstay his welcome there in Donut either. Just back straight off after finding that opening. USP follows up. Bowden has somehow converted this from a 5v3 into an even 3v3, but the B site about to be lost. The C4 will go down. This gets exponentially harder here for the CT side, especially without a kit to get this done. Doobs doesn't care. Big headshot. Biolani drops. But the important trade back's been the tapeware and Jaquinho show so far in this round, and it has to be to close it. Quick's looking for a tiny 3-piece. Swings out. Tapeware crisp as ever to take his third. And just like that, Copenhagen Wolves put their first on the board. It's a great pistol round conversion. Matthias barreling forward with this Mac 10. Trying to find himself the lion's share of the kills. There you go. 3 for him. The SMG. Quick should be good for the one with the P250, but that is all she wrote. The Wolves will make it 2. They'll lose a single player. That's okay. Up against the 4x though, playing a little bit of a bonus. It's a dangerous game, but one that they are no strangers to. Jaquinho. Straight up middle, it's Bowden Master to find Quez. Bowden's just going to keep following it up, in fact. Still going at it. Jaquinho and Biolani get a plant out of this. Doesn't feel like there'll be a whole lot more. Jaquinho gives it a damn good go. Unfortunate for him. No highlights in this round. I mean, it's a little bit of a highlight, but, you know, nothing crazy. Loaded. Here on the bomb site, wiped out by Bialani. It's a great headshot to get that entry cooking. Quez will follow up there on a trade. And the numbers still swooping in their favour. Matthias will come in on that flank, get himself a clean double. Copenhagen Wolves will make it 3. This has been, again, just a better start from them here. Is this the first map? No, this is the second. We did just see Inferno. It was 13-11 to the boys over on Lilmix. BQ. As much as it would be cruel, I would love to see this Zeus get a bit of action. I would say my monthly fix of Zeus kills. I hadn't seen one in a while, and then I was actually watching the Wolves Challenger League game yesterday against Rush B, and they got Zeus twice in that best of 3, so maybe enough Zeus shenanigans for this week. I think the Wolves have certainly had enough of them. P250. Ooh, had the right idea. Crosshair placement was perfect. Peak was perfect. Just not quick enough. Bialani pulled the trigger first. The aim punch was a little too much. Dink on the second. That's okay. Bialani's found all 3. He's still sat patiently waiting. A whole 2 minutes nearly. This Zeus just in the corner, hoping someone ventures into Red Room. It's not going to happen, BQ. I'm sorry to bring the bad news.
Terrorists win.
Ah. He goes for the peak as well. Oh, man. Well, 4-1. Wolves making light work of this now. Next buy is going to be a real statement round. Either they win it and you know, they really solidify their position as head honcho here on Ancient, or they lose it and give Lilmix an opportunity to claw this back. The money's not too bad here on the T sides. They will have at least one more buy in them before to carry away. Save some cash. Quez, an imposter among them. Stand-in shoots the other stand-in. A bit of a rivalry. Doobs. Huge double kill. A 3v2 it boils down to again. Bialani and Tapewet wants to try and convert it. Decent nade. Quicks has come off for the angle though. So, if he'd gone for one more jump spot, I think that would have done big damage. Without, it's denied. Sneaky. So sneaky that I didn't even see it.
Bomb has been planted.
Didn't notice him creeping up there on the minimap. Huge work being done to give them this bomb site. The C4 ticking away. Adds a real fuse to this round. Bodemaster just holding on the angle. No one needs to fight. Kind of been periodically checking deep CT. Got Biolani there on the crossfire, so there is just no need to take those jewels until that round is secured, and that's exactly what we see. So perfect work being done by the Wolves there to make it 5. Just the pistols again. You expect to come the way of the Wolves here. Problem is, you know, Lilmix have now got this max loss bonus, and these pistol rounds, these eco rounds, actually have some teeth behind them. They sort of come in with 5.7s and armor, and they have a bit of a nasty bite. This is where the Wolves, at times, have been known to struggle. Might just be what we see here. Jaquinho realises that he's perhaps got to play their own game with the Tech 9 out. Matthias denies the Zeus jumping through the smoke, trying to stop that plant. Here we go. Plant still hasn't gone down. They're desperate to tap in the digits on this bomb, but 4 versus 2. Looking bleak. Dubes by himself. 5-7. Shut down. Matthias makes it nice and easy. And 6-1 we go. Oh, Bowden gets super aggressive for that early fight, and it sort of feels like it works for him, but there's no support, there's no one to bail him out once he hits that first shot. Unless he just runs into a lone lurker. There's no real escape for him. It causes all the problems. BQ's there able to follow it up though. 3 massive kills. Lilmix finally take their second. It's felt like such a hard-fought recovery there. And it's gonna be if they want to claw this back any further. Dubes, other side of this smoke, Matthias somehow manages to isolate BQ, and there's no chance for the trade, but teammates falling around him. Trying to play through this smoke. Techware's going to fall as well to the hands of Bowden. Matthias still there trading, but he's the only one able to draw blood so far this round, and he's the only one left now. Needs to make it an ace. Not an easy task. Not at all. Doesn't have the bomb on his back either. That's up on B, so you don't even really have the opportunity to sort of say, like, you know, they're going to be a little bit spread out here and I can maybe isolate Jules. Like, he's thinking, oh yeah, maybe there's still one rotating off of A. Not a chance. They've got this triangle formation, this Bermuda Triangle. Crossfire here on the B site. He's got to go and take all the jewels at once if he wants to try and recover that C4. So Matthias will just save. Makes the most sense. He's got an AK. Does sort of force the team to buy around him in the next, which does get a little bit awkward, but... I think that's okay. I think the money's there to accommodate it. Yes, it is. Winning a load of rounds in a row like that does you some favours. So 6-3. Lilmix looking to bite down again here. So aggressive. Oh, that's so beautiful out of Jaquinho. Dismantling the double aggression. Piece by piece. Pulls the legs off the spider.
Bomb has been planted.
BQ with one lowly sort of fadeaway kill. That's all they can bring to the table here. He's just got to try and save this AK.
Terrorists win.
So 7-3. Low money again. Lilmix can't really justify buying all too much around this AK. A little bit of Kevlar and a couple of upgraded pistols come out on Quicks and Sova. Bowden comes into that Deagle, but knows that it's somewhat important that he has money for an AWP as soon as possible. Save his pennies for that opportunity to arise when possible. Dude, Sova. Oh my, okay, hang on a minute. Sort of didn't give this round any credit, but there's some wheels on it quite quickly. The 5.7s. Doing major damage. Jaquinho and Tapewet, the ones to be challenged. The ones that have to try and convert this now. Low HP. Doobs has now found himself an AK. I think the one saving grace is the two players alive are the only two that didn't start this round with any Kevlar. So the second they take a hit, the crosshair will go sky high. And Copenhagen Wolves don't necessarily have to worry about being crisp. They just have to worry about being quicker. But an awkward gunfight to lose. Bowden's won that first duel with the Desert Eagle. Bomb recovered. And Jaquinho's just going to commit to that plant. Bowden calls his bluff a little bit. Sits in the smoke. I thought maybe he'd try and walk through and deny it. Doesn't play the 50-50 instead. Gets plagued by the timing. And the Wolves will make it 8. It's a valiant attempt for the low buy that Lilmix had to work with. But I think, you know, in situations like that, you're kind of praying. That you're able to convert, sort of begging for something, a bit of mercy, a chance at a 4th round. That'll come right here in the 12th and final of the half. The chance for it. No guarantee. The Wolves have looked fierce, hungry here on this second map of Ancient. Stark contrast to what we saw in that first on Inferno. Matthias been hitting his shots and he looks to line up a firing gallery here. Can't make it more than 2, but Quez follows up a 2-piece of his own. Bowden by himself, and the flashbang's brilliant. I love that. Over the top. I don't know why the flash assist didn't come through, but doesn't matter. Right, so at 9-3 half, you've got to fancy their chances at just closing this out now. Without complications, you'd think. It should be an easy task. Jaquinho. Oh, super crisp. For his first in the pistol. Looking to try and follow that up. Won't get the opportunity just yet. Lilmix have found themselves on an empty and free A bomb sites. They'll tap in this C4. And lock in at least a little bit of money for the next round. Worst case scenario. But of course they want the big fish. The greater prize. The round win. They're somewhat teed up for it. There it is. Massive 3k out of Jaquinho. A little bit of lag on my end, so missed it. But 10 rounds on Copenhagen Wolves. Often you'll see the T's go for the force buys in these rounds anyway, so... You know, no major surprises, but especially at a time like this, you just have to, right? You don't really have options. And the force buy so far, very good. Jaquinho, careful, my friend. Bowden's trying to get cheeky around this smoke. Doesn't push all the way through it. At this point, we'll know that one's rotated to red room. At first, wouldn't necessarily expect there to be a third in mid. And there you go. He will eventually go down. Tapeware with another.
Bomb has been planted.
Tapping away. Doobs has found himself one more, though. This round seems pretty chalked up, to be honest. A decent HE onto Quicks. but it'll only be for a bit of fadeaway damage as they try to escape. Won't be allowed the opportunity. Lilmix there onto 4. It's a bit of an awkward round to lose, but, like, you know, the context of the rest of the game, sort of timing of it and stuff, it shouldn't have too much bearing, to be honest. He's over. Oh, wiped out by Jaquinho's Deagle. Bodum spamming away. Making light work of these pistols. They will all do exactly that. Quez left on his lonesome. Working his way through. Not sure he will clear BQ. And yeah, the answer is he won't. So, wiped out. Full eco here for the Wolves. Seemed like the last round was the full eco, but when you peel back the layers, you realise they did actually have a fair bit invested. It just didn't materialise into anything. Could go on to short, quicks. Little jiggles. Oh, a team kill. It's actually the second from Quez as well this map, so hopefully we've not got the server set to kick him if he gets a third. That'd be awkward. Sorry, we've got to restart the server. Quez has team killed 3 times. He's received a matchmaking ban. Reported for griefing. He's had a bit of a slow one here on map 2. He was actually great. He was so good on Inferno. Especially on that CT side, sort of playing... in towards those apartments. Match pause for his 30-minute cooldown, yeah. Screw you, Golpy. You flamed me in the Galaxy Battle chat for passing my prize on to someone else. Peace over. It's tidy stuff. 3v3. Boils back down. Quicks with another. Spams through that smoke. Aren't going to bear any fruits. And Quez by himself. Can't do a whole lot about this. Other side of the map. Has to give it up. Does find himself an AWP. He's sort of juggling guns at the moment. What is the plan here? Doesn't... Oh, okay. Alright. So he's going to sort of play for exit. You were the role beside me? Ah, okay. I understand. I understand. I'm sorry. I just sort of enter it for fun. And I feel bad, like, if I win. Because I'm a mod and, like, you know, sort of work on the projects and stuff. Ooh. I can't believe he hits the leg there. But yeah, if I want something crazy, like if I want, like, the AWP Krakow, which is what I want. That's the... like one of my favourite skins, then, you know, screw you guys, I'm taking it. But if I win something small, it can just be passed on to someone else. I don't mind. Got a pink inventory. I am trying to, man. It's goated. I used to have vice gloves and a talon fade, and I had like a whole pink thing going on, but yeah, they were lost. They were lost, sadly. Bowden. Oh. Only the one. Traded right back, though. Wolves haven't won a CT round yet. They have won one. But it was really awkward. They won with just pistols, I think, and then they lost the round after that, if I'm remembering correctly. But they have won one. It was a 9-3 half, so... It would be a massive choke indeed. However, it feels like this happens all the time in MR12, right? And it's not like... It's not an excuse. It doesn't mean, yeah, it's fine to just choke these massive leads. But it seems to happen so much at the moment in CS2, in these MR12 games, seeing teams force up more and more as well. And it sort of adds more risk to a lot of these situations. It makes sense while you're forcing into second rounds as like CTs and whatnot. But it just adds more risk. And it means that, you know, if that risk doesn't pay off, then you find yourself in... yeah, really tricky spots, I guess. And things can very easily and very quickly close up. So, Matthias left alone again. He's actually had a bit of a lights-out game so far. He's 18 and 12, but he shouldn't be able to add anything more to his tally here in this one. Ventures into A main. I think there's a couple of guns lying around that he could maybe grab.
Terrorists win.
So, Lilmix calling a tech pause. I love the little animation where, like, their logo's on fire. We call it a tech pause. That means something's on fire. Shit's going wrong. So hopefully it won't be too much longer. Everyone's in the server, which is always a good sign. So hopefully we should be ready to go again in a second. Buttermaster hasn't bought yet, though. So maybe more of like a hardware thing rather than a server thing. Maybe an IRL situation. Got to go onto the door or something. I don't know. Happens. Yeah, I don't know, guys. I don't know what the issue is. Alright, finally we're good to go again. Let's get going. Wolves win by default. Your favorite word in the English dictionary. What, default? Be cute. Jumps up onto Plat. Ah, Simpsons joke. Right, okay. I haven't watched The Simpsons in ages. Only goes on now if I'm, like, staying in a hotel. And that's all that's on TV. Yeah, Family Guy gang. Has to be. Oh, no. Quez. He's going for the trigger discipline, but there's a second there where you think, ah, maybe he just stabs him in the back. Sort of add a bit of insult to injury. Still, though, his B site's going to be lost. Bomb will go down. Bialani knows that by going that aggressive, he will be traded 1-for-1, but that's okay. They've got the numbers advantage. They can play the trading game. Quicks holds the line for a second, but yeah, no chance he'll take all three. Quez is there for the trade. No way default's jumping discombobulated. Yeah, to be fair. Stormzy made that word cool. But Wolves, right back to winning ways. That last round did technically come down to a 1 versus 1, but it did feel like they were in control. Would have taken something pretty magical out of Quicks to actually clutch that up. So as it stands, very much feels like we could and perhaps should be going to a third and final map here to settle the score between these two teams. Chiquinho, AWP, big shot. Simpsons have 1,000 quotable episodes. Family Guy has bud is the word. It is true. But haven't you heard? Ooh! Almost a collapse. Alright, Chiquinho. That's gross with a 4K. I don't know, man. Everyone knows the bud is the word. Yeah, you tell him. You tell him, Cameron. Because he clearly hasn't heard. Bad way to start off. But essentially the final round here on Ancient for Lilmix. We were having a Family Guy versus Simpsons argument. Yeah, South Park's also kind of good. I watch all of them. I used to be such an American Dad hater as well until I watched like every episode of everything else and had nothing else to watch except American Dad. And then I got really into it and realised that Roger's like the best character ever made ever. And I'm like, huh, yeah, this is pretty good. Now I've watched all of that and I'm just miserable. Matthias. Ooh. First cast to say your name properly. Oh yeah. You're welcome. I wasn't sure when I said it, but I was like, I think that's what you're going for. Well, all down to Bowden. Looks like this one is probably chalked. It would be one hell of a clutch if he could pull it off, but even then they'd need another 3 in a row, and it's not going to happen. So that's going to wrap things up for map 2. Copenhagen Wolves looking far more convincing, and it does sort of beg the question. If they'd have won a couple of those key swing rounds towards the end of Inferno, perhaps that would have been a 2-0. However, we're now going to a third and final map. I can't remember what it is. So, yeah, that's going to be just as much of a surprise to me. I think it might be Mirage, but I'm not 100% sure on that, and I didn't write it down in my notes. So, we're going to go to a short 10-minute break, folks. When we return, we'll be back with that decider. It should be a blast, so don't go too far. We'll be ready with the action shortly. Welcome back, everybody. We are good to go for our third and final map of this series. It's been an interesting one, a lengthy one as well. The Wolves weren't able to get it done in 2 bites. That Inferno match came desperately close, but they were denied that opportunity in the first map. Lilmix didn't even really come close to closing it out 2-0 there on Ancient. They were being schooled on how to play the jungle-themed map. And now we're down to the decider. BQ off to a flying start in this one, though. A couple of nice shots there from top mid. Not expected to be behind enemy lines like that. But a decent trade out of Jaquinho still gives them a bit of equity. They'll have this man advantage. Of course, still Lilmix. I'm not sure they'll be able to do too much about denying this plant. 2 coming in from CT. Bomb beeping away. Jaquinho still just sat in sandwich. And time kind of becomes a little bit of a problem here. I mean, there is a kit on B server, so maybe not so much of an issue, but the open plant, this gets tricky to wriggle your way back into, and even with the numbers, it doesn't matter. They whittle so quickly. The only player to do damage there is BQ. And Copenhagen Wolves will put their first on the board. Who's Matthias? The newest Wolves edition. He is just subbing in at the moment, but yeah, with Andu going back to Gamer Legion, there was sort of a bit of a last-minute change needed, and Matthias is this superstar pugster that hasn't really ever played in a team before. He's played under like a mixed lineup, a couple of matches on HLTV, but like his debut HLTV match was like last month or something. He is 22, so he's not some like 15-year-old superstar or anything like that, but he's a very, very talented player. A lot of tier 1 pros are saying that, you know, he is perhaps the next big thing. Mechanically, absolutely cracked. They got the stand-in for map 3. No, he's been here the whole game. He's been here the whole game. He played the Challenger League match with the Wolves yesterday as well. He played their last EPL game with them against Anonymous too. Or maybe it wasn't EPL. Maybe it was United 21 or something. Was with Anonymous. But yeah, very new. Very new. So expect some teething issues. Expect, you know, a little bit of over-aggression at times and things like that. We did sort of see that from him a little bit yesterday. But yeah, #1 Croatian face-it player. He is. I don't know how much of an achievement that is. I don't think there's that many good players in Croatia, but Irvin, I'm top 100 Bhutan, so you better watch out for it. Next Bhutanese talent. Oh, you saw it was Jaquinho Fragger. Didn't realise, yeah, Jaquinho was popping off last map. There's also another stand-in today. Quez is playing instead of Shane, so... Bhutan's got it, bro. We like... I don't know what even sparked it, but yeah, this was decided like years ago. I'm not even kidding, like 4 or 5 years ago. Me and a group of friends just collectively decided to fake flag Bhutan, and yeah, one of my friends is like 3.5 kilos, like the #1 Bhutan player, and yeah, there's sort of 7 or 8 of us that all rock the Bhutan flag, and we went to LAN and we got jerseys done, and we all got the Bhutan flag on our jerseys as well. It's stupid. It's just. But yeah, of like the top 100 or 200 Bhutan players, like 10 of them are just us little UK scrubs fake flagging. I'm sorry to true Bhutanese gamers. BQ. 1-for-1. Jaquinho's there for the trade. He won't be able to make it a second. It'll be Quez that has to follow up with that one. But yeah, with these rotations just being so desperate, right? Just jumping through the smoke. Trying to find anything. About to become top 1 Vatican City. And that's a good one, actually. That'd be an achievement. He's over. She's doing a bit of damage there with the 5-7. Fair play to him. between him and BQ. They've managed to find 3 heads, but there will be a third for the Wolves. Sweden are going to win this match regardless. I don't know. Yeah, you're right. Sweden. Jaquinho. Oh, yeah. Maybe. Maybe not. He was popping off last game, but we'll see. We'll see how things fare. Everyone's got the same idea. It looks like I stole your joke because the stream's on like a 10-second delay, but I promise I said it before you typed it. Nice early pick from Quez. BQ. Getting quite sort of, I'm not going to call it overconfidence because it's been working really well for him so far, but he's, you know, getting really audacious here in mid. We saw him push top mid in the pistol round. We've seen him play just generally aggressive here towards this position. And then again, in the first gun round, goes for the short jump. Odin's there to take one back, but won't be able to deny the plant. So again, a man disadvantage, but the C4 acting as perhaps a third player on the bomb site. That insurance policy that lets it all go up in flames. If Lilmix take too long, Quicks has got the hit. There's a little bit of util as well. 2 smokes and incendiary, but it's been deployed into nothing. Does confirm at least they don't have to worry about firebox, but with Jaquinho wiping out Quicks. Got to get on that bomb, dude. It's just holding this stick, and oh, the spam comes a tad too late. Jaquinho kicking himself, so he can't get that one over the line, but that's okay. It'll come away with the AWP. He's found both kills. Just a little bit of an oversight to be playing that deep in ramp when the bomb's not planted for you. It's on default. Palace player's in a good position to deny it, but yeah, it's like a good crossfire, kind of, if they're coming up from Con, if they come from CT, and, you know, they smoke that cross and just get on that bomb. Not a lot you can do from deep ramp. Quez. Little jiggle. Knows that there should be one close. Lilmix, after losing all 5 players last round, are on a worse buy than they were previously. Despite winning the round, they have very little money. 2 FAMASs, an MP9 on Quicks, a couple of rifles. Well, I mean, the FAMASs count as rifles as well, but we'll pretend they're not, because they're a little bit poo. So with the A1Ss, the more important thing is Beastover's so aggressive here that he's hearing all this information. He should be good for a freebie onto tapeware. Yeah, just unsuspecting, knife out. Can't be doing that this late in the round, but, you know, not an angle that you expect a CT to be on. So kind of a little bit of slack there. In 45 seconds, they will go for this execution, but they should be aware at this point. With Beastover so aggressive, he would have heard those steps made in the T-spawn, and there should be a bit of a stack in place. It's too late to pull the plug and rotate back to B. They have to just win their gunfights. Bowden, a snake in the grass, just tucked behind the boxes. Good for 2, and possibly the 3rd as he's spamming away through this wood. Biolani, stuck between a rock and a hard place, does manage to trade out his fallen teammates, but cannot hold on for any longer. The Wolves stop at 3 as Lilmix start to bite back. It would actually be really interesting if, like, it's super difficult to police this because people are still just VPN and stuff, but if Faceit didn't let you fake flag, and you could actually see if, like, I wonder if anyone does play CS in the Vatican City. I wonder if, because nobody really lives there, do they? It's just, like, churches and museums and whatnot. I don't think there might be a few residential houses that you can live in if you're not, like as, like, a civilian, but I think the only, like, houses are actually then owned or lived in by, like, the priests and Pope people and stuff. I don't really know how it works, but it'd be interesting to know if any of those play Counter-Strike, I guess is my point here. But we'll never know. Quicks, nice headshot. Ties things back up at 3. There is just about enough money for the Wolves to come in with another bite. The Pope has 3k elo. Imagine. Imagine he's just super toxic as well. Gets into game, blaming people for not knowing smokes. Hello ChatGPT, how many CS players have had to consider? They'll just draw the data off of people fake flagging on Face It, so I don't think you'll get a real answer. Go ask the Pope himself. Big man Francis. How much elo you got? Doesn't throw Molotovs, throws Hail Mary. God's sake. BQ. Actually has really good timing here. Hang on a minute. Oh no. No, he doesn't. How has he just missed him? He's going to hear it. He'll still have one anyway, but... Oh, that was almost very awkward. Unfortunately for Tapeware and Quez, that's the bomb down as well. I think that's probably this round chalked up. BQ taking another. He has been a bit of a menace in this round and in this map so far. He'll bolster himself to the top of the scoreboard with a 3k there. 7 to his name. And a 4th on the board for Lilmix. Alright, peace over. Little jiggles. Sees the head poking over. Spams right down. And a whole load of damage being dealt on the initial entry should make this nice and easy to clean up. Anything that the Pistols can get out of this would be worth something, but there you go. It is just a single. Jaquinho hits the 1D on the CT player. Insta-traded by B-Sova. Gets out of there with just 8 points of health. Pope is on 1 health. Morbid. It's morbid. He is on 1 HP though. Gotta be careful. Couldn't imagine him jumping out of Palace, right? He'll have to take the ladder. Molly in 2 under. Matthias out of top mid. A big pick. Decent flash. Doesn't actually blind Dubes, but would have if he was facing the right way, so... Either way works in their favour. I think Matthias got the wrong flag as well, unless he's become Danish. It's a very bad smoke. Yeah, there you go. Having to then call in another one from underpass, so that's 4 of the 5 smokes expended already. That's the first window smoke that was thrown from spawn missing. Matthias then saying, oh, we missed the window smoke. Don't worry, I'll throw one. It also misses. And then we use a 3rd smoke. A 3rd smoke to obscure window. I think the Wolves are going to be feeling a little bit sore about that, but perhaps they won't need the smokes going into this B-bomb site. Timing awkward. Oh, hang on a minute. Bowden's just found that first. Jaquinho's there for a good trade. But emerging out from the door, on the back pillar, it is Quicks. He'll go down without much of a fight. BQ and B-Sova to try and recover this. It's not going to be an easy round to do so. Jumping across. Yeah, Matthias just on a great angle there. Not going to let him get away with all too much. You can't really hold that angle if, you know, you haven't got teammates alive. But in the 4v2, you can absolutely afford to just hold like this ridiculous off angle and, yeah, almost always win that fight. So, tidy stuff.
Terrorists win.
So 5-4. Lilmix have actually taken the lead here after a bit of a ropey start. Certain individuals have stepped up and made this happen. The EQs continued to fire on all cylinders. Foden started hitting some big shots. Bisova and Doobs in this round, holding down the fort nicely here on 8. Jaquinho. Oh, where does that bullet go? Second time round, it misses. First time, felt like it was right on the money. Doesn't pop up in the kill feed, though, and he's feeling a little bit confused. Tape wet. Does manage to creep into Sandwich. I don't think they're going to be expecting him here. They should still clear it. Especially now that he's taken that gunfight. Don't know exactly what's up. It's a big duel to win, though. Lines up the second head. And the captain putting in all the reps as Jaquinho saves his life from above. And the Wolves are on to 5 in an unlikely fashion there. That's a good round. It's a very good round. So round number 11, penultimate of the half, and the money is down to 0 here for Lilmix. They're going to call a bit of a tactical pause because they have to go for a buy here. It's a little bit awkward because they have to go for a buy here. It's not going to have all the bells and whistles, but it's pretty close to it. However, if they lose the round, then their loss bonus isn't great, and they're then in a position where it's the final round of the half, and they're not going to have too much money and not a great buy there either. So, yeah, this does get remarkably awkward. So, HE into lower mid. Flashes to rain through, and this time the mid smoke has landed, so the Wolves can stretch their legs a little bit without too many concerns. Takeware doesn't want to overstay his welcome though. Just drop a con smoke. Thought he was going to dial it back. Chooses against it. He will just stick around. Bombs down over towards ramp, but much deeper, so obviously not going to be spotted or anything like that. Just dropped around that corner. Doob's playing very close here, though, to this smoke. Needs to be careful. As it starts to fade, he will be ready for this gunfight, but how many will he be ready for? The answer is he doesn't want to be. He'll just drop another smoke. He'll keep delaying. He'll keep running down that clock. As the timer keeps ticking, he'll start to back it up. This is smart stuff. Not greedy for the fights. Just wanting to prop himself and his team into the most favourable position to convert this round. Execution start to commence here on the A site. Matthias there for the entry. But Quez taken down in the meantime. Biolani, the lifeguard here through middle instead of Tapewet. Should be caught out by the window player. It's BQ, patient as ever. And it looks like it'll be Lilmix to be the first to hit 6. Jaquinho's molly. Doesn't even flush out Doobs. It just cooks him alive. And as he roasts, BQ and Quicks will finish it off. So 6-5, Lilmix looking very good here on Mirage. And they might, just maybe, be bidding Copenhagen Wolves an early farewell here in EPL. But we'll see. There's still a fair bit of this map to be played. There's still a fair bit of Season 21 to be played. And both teams want a piece of that pie. Deep incendiary. Quicks is go. He is a little bit. I'm a big fan of Quicks. I played against him once on stage in a show match. I got a couple of good clips. They were on a force buy round. He wide swung me monster with a P90, and I one digged him, and then picked up his P90, and then jumped around the corner and killed Piff with it. Highlight. It's an M&J highlight. It had to be. Doobs. Here in the smoke, trying to play through. QQ trading 1 for 1. Doobs is still in a good position. Yeah, it's a nice little off angle. Finds that kill, puts it back into a 3-on-3. Quez takes another one back, and it all falls onto the shoulders of Jaquinho. Bodemaster. Ooh, another shot that you sort of expect to connect, but does fall short of the mark. 30 seconds left, won't matter. He'll get given a second opportunity. And there you go, 7-5. Did he have a funny hat? No, not that I remember. Not that I remember. They were at the event playing as well. They were, yeah, him and Bowden and... Let me go and check. BQ might have even played that event as well. This is years ago. It's like 5 years ago. I'm going to have a look at what roster they had. That was... Yeah, because they lost to Sinners in the finals. They were playing with... Ah, right. Quicks, Bowden, Piff, Kreese, and Pepsor. So, yeah, very old iteration of that Lilmix lineup. But yeah, we lost. I think it was pretty close. Lost like 16-13 or something, but we kind of got smoked. Like a load of the talent against the GOATs. We were supposed to have Maniac on our team, and he decided that he was going to have an early night instead, so we kind of got screwed on our one talent member that's actually really good at the game. Jaquinho's still popping off. He had a really, really good map on Ancient. And he's come into this one with the same kind of force, to be honest. He's 15-7. He's looking very, very good. But no one else is really matching that, to be perfectly honest. Got that one assist in there as well. Putting up the numbers. Lilmix, though, with a 2-round lead going into this second half. And if they can convert this pistol, they will be well on their way to securing this best of 3. And their tournament life here in EPL Season 21. A bad start for them, though. Matthias, Jaquinho, Tapeware. All swooping in tandem. It's Matthias's Julies as well to do God's work here towards ramp. And Doobs all alone. He's got 1 HP as well. Matthias popping off. I'm not sure what Doobs' plan is here. To be fair, he's actually got full Kevlar. Somehow. He's been dinked for 99, and I'm not sure by what. Maybe it's Bielani's Julies? Kind of strange, but... Or maybe USP through the box or something? I don't know. But, yeah, there's not a lot for him to save here. Definitely doesn't want to be, you know, dying after time. Actually, it would make 0 sense for him to save because it's, you know, he doesn't get the loss bonus. He didn't have the bomb either. I don't know. Sort of went back to CT to evaluate his options, I guess, but... Came to the same slow but sure realization as I did that, hang on a minute, I can't save. I do actually need to just sort of throw myself at this, and with 1 HP, I'm probably not going to find any kills, but I'll have a crack at it. So just a full eco. Got to barrel down mid and just try and get this round done. You're sort of guaranteeing, at least by running down mid, that you are going to run into one of the M4s. You know, there's always going to be at least a couple of rifles or even just one in play here and around like this. And if he's going to be anywhere, he is going to be mid. Now, there was only one SMG here for the Wolves, so... You know, doesn't completely apply in this scenario, but yeah, just sending the Glocks down mid, dying to the rifle rather than the SMG is absolutely perfect. So they will get the 1 kill as well. It's Jaquinho, but take were upgraded off for that UMP into the A1S. I'm interested to ask him why he actually uses that UMP as well, because that isn't the first time. We saw Jaquinho pull that UMP out in ECL yesterday too against Rush B. Seems to prefer that SMG over the MP9 in various different scenarios. And I've kind of spoken to pro players in the past about it, and there's like various justification for using the UMP. There's very little in it, and obviously most people favor the MP9. But yeah, I think it has slightly higher stopping power, slightly higher armor pen, and slightly higher like damage drop off at range, or like slightly less damage drop off at range, I think. But it's not the MP9, right? Can't just jump around the corner and spray. Why does it have to be so balanced? You want to see young ninjas already? Yeah, tell me about it. We're overrunning a little bit here. We've already gone past the 3-hour mark for this series. We did have a little bit of a delay before getting into third map as well. You like the UMP on anti-eco? It's good at range compared to the MP9. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. I guess so. I guess that's maybe why that sort of comes out against the Glocks as well. I don't know. I'd always fancy an MP9 over a UMP against pretty much anything, but certainly against Glocks. Depends where you're playing and stuff, though, doesn't it? If you're play short or play side or something. Feels like you can stay a little bit more composed with the UMP, right? Firing like, yeah, a few bursts at range rather than just like holding down mouse one with an MP9. Decent start to this one though. Jaquinho's fallen early. So's Quez. BQ is on a bit of a tear. Biolani gone. Takeware follows suit. And Matios all by himself. He's found one, but not long for this round, not long for this world. He will be traded back out. Lilmix make it 8. I've always said CS is like men. Just aim for the head. Thanks. Thanks for that. Philosophical. Life advice. Poetic. Cameron would like to meet your mum. Yeah, you've exposed yourself there a little bit. New achievement to lose against Lilmix. John Dota. I think you might be watching the wrong game, my friend. This is Counter-Strike. Not sure how much Dota's going on. There's that Fisher tournament going on. I really don't watch or understand Dota at all. No sniper, no win. Chiquinho's been really good on it, hasn't he? He has actually looked quite scary with that. Or Bodemaster has as well. It's sort of this battle of the Swedish snipers that so often split down the middle and has been indistinguishable as who you can necessarily say he's been doing the better job with it. Chiquinho's been a beast, but we haven't actually seen him on that all too often here in this series. Waiting on the Sashi game. I'm also kind of waiting on the Sashi game. I have it open on my second one. I'm interested for that one. Because I'll cover some of those close calls games a little bit later this evening, so... I've got one eye peeking on it. But yeah, Lilmix seem to be reasonably comfortable on their T side. You gotta remember, these are just two teams that play a lot of CS, right? I feel like Copenhagen Wolves have had definitely more officials recently, just because of their VRS ranking and whatnot. Close call is the Passion Pit. Yeah, it's cool. This is the last one as well. Well, it was like the last open qual the other day, and then obviously the close call here for Astana, and I think this is like the last sort of PGL tournament they're doing for a little while. So, yeah, like all the teams trying to throw themselves at this one, right? Be cute. Keeping things nice and tidy against the ecos. Tidy stuff. Take we're sailing up as the third best Norwegian CS player, or do you still rank Jacob or Sense higher? Takeaway's definitely better than Sense. I'd rank Jacob higher, fine. Like, you can have that one. Don't give him your skins, but, you know, better player, sure. Holzerk as well. Holzerk is Norwegian, right? I'm not going crazy with that. Yeah, of course Holzerk's Norwegian. Yeah, obviously Holzerk too. But yeah, I definitely rank Takeaway above Sense. And Rain. And Rain. But yeah, this tier. I think it's talking about this tier. Like the tier 2, tier 3 level. Yeah. Yeah, I'd definitely put Tapeware up there. Calling the shots and so often putting up the big numbers. Not in this map, but he's just added 2 to his tally and at a crucial time. Timing's brilliant there on short. Yeah, Jacob's cancelled, so we don't count it. Chad should get banged. Gone. The rankings. Bang. Take work with another tidy triple here in this round. My oh my. All 4 for it. Such a thing as an anti-jinx, possibly. There's a 4K elo Norwegian player. Kind of crazy. Yeah, don't steal skins. Moral of the story. Anyone wants to lend me their skins, I won't steal them. Probably. I might. I won't. I promise. But I won't be able to use them in majors or anything, I guess. I'll try my best, but... unlikely. Violani. Just tear into window. Ooh. Great awareness. The Quicks had tucked himself in that corner. Knows that the second's there as well. Teammates are falling in the meantime. Violani doubling up. Beautiful work. Bodemaster by himself on the 1v3. Does see the shadow, but the flashbang's perfect. Still hits the shot. Bowden, what are you doing? Up the ladder. Spots the leg. Battle of the big greens this time round. Jiggle, jiggle. Bowden pulls the trigger. And Lilmix make it 10 off of a ridiculous clutch out of the AWP. And you can put a bit of blame and a bit of fault on the fact that in the 2 versus 1, they don't swing CT and stairs together. But up until that point, they played it very well. The flash was perfect. A full white Bodemaster just plays off of intuition. And they call a quick tactical pause to call off after that one. That was sick. Whew. Got a bit of a breather. Semi Skids, I won't scout. Well, I live in Romania. Expect nothing. Yeah, unlucky. Big fan of me, that's why you're watching. Thanks, brother. We all know that's the real reason. It will take a lot for Jacob to kind of come back from that, though, right? Because even if he pays everybody back, it's like that's not necessarily the problem. It's the fact that, you know, it's taken this long, and it's only now that it's all come out that then it's being resolved. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he needs to go out to like do missionary work for a few months or something and redeem himself. Go and help out in crisis areas. Piece over. Big kill. Jumping across the van. Just a new sense of confidence found here. For Lilmix after winning that last. And with the money oh so fragile here for the Wolves, they really just have to save. You know, they've gone for the big commitment on the 4-man stack on the A site, and one's gone down elsewhere. It just feels like you have to pull the plug. Doobs has died to the bomb. They don't have tons of cash, so that feels like a bit of an oversight, but yeah. The Wolves are definitely struggling. You've got to remember, though, I mean, we've got a lot of new people joining us, so I will add a little bit of context to this. The Wolves are playing with 2 stand-ins today. They're playing with Matthias and Quez, so it really does feel like, you know, this isn't them at their best for sure. This isn't even them at their sort of most structured and composed. And I think they have kind of got to try and remember that. But this is still a disappointing performance from, you know, individuals that I think everyone's grown quite used to putting up big numbers. Matthias. Ooh, for a second there, I thought you might just walk through that smoke and catch BQ in the back, but yeah, that would have been ambitious. And ambition. Oh, well, now he'll have a go at it. There you go. All right, timing's good. AK found. Chiquinho has managed to convert one with just a USP, and I'm not sure what's going on here because he is actually on a full eco. I really thought someone would drop him a pistol or something, but no. Getting it done with just the full eco. MP9. There to use him as bait. Matthias, in the meantime, picking up one with the AK. This is a bizarre round to convert. And Quez swaps out to that rifle and doubles it up with a head. Beautiful stuff being done. The Wolves hit 9. My phone just buzzed to say Cameron followed me on Twitter. Much love, my friend. I appreciate it. What a goat. I also just buzzed again to say about Stiko's tweet about the Jacob situation. What is going on? We live in a simulation, guys. Someone can hear me. Scary shit. Ah. I don't think I'm mod. Oh, I. Just double check that. Majiska. Yo, yo, yo. How you doing, brother? Big pick out of takeaway. This would be one hell of a resurgence for the Wolves, to be perfectly honest. After an unlikely round win with, you know, some saved SMGs, a full eco on Jaquinho. They can convert this by here, then really, we're in business. Low money on Lilmix as well. I think that's sort of the most daunting fact for them here. They have to just save, hold on to these rifles. It's the right call. To be on absolutely nothing in the next when they, you know, would really need to. I mean, you can argue that they could, you know, hit a full eco and then... this actually gets real awkward. The more you kind of peel back the layers of this gets real awkward. Because Quicks and BQ are in a position where if they don't buy anything here, they can buy up into the next round. The problem is if Doobs, Bodemaster, and Beastover had died, they'd be able to buy into the next round as well. But because they didn't, and there's no cash in the bank behind them, they can't. So, Quicks and BQ are ecoing. They'll have money next round. And assuming that the other three go down without much of a fight here, assuming that they're not able to save or they don't end up causing an upset and winning the round, their money will be broken as well. So, kind of throwing all their eggs into one basket here and praying for something magical. Perhaps that will come. But it feels like a punt. It feels like a long shot. Man advantage at least right here. Bomb's been left towards ramp, so this space that they're gaining in underpass and the apartments might come to nada if they lose this ramp control. BQ and Beastover, though, convert onto both of their fights. Biolani a little too deep there in the apartments. You expect him to hit that AWP shot, but misses the mark. Now the numbers whittled down. Beastover with the big green. Picking apart the defenses. What an unlikely round for Lilmix to take 12. But it seems they will. Matthias by himself, wiped out by the same AWP that took out the majority of his team. And this is a disappointing one for the Wolves. I think they're yeah, going to come away from this a little unhappy, to be honest. We'll see. Final round, final chance for them to leave a mark here. 2 AWPs out. The rest on the M4s. This feels very possible. But it's playing for overtime again. It's much of the same as what we saw on Inferno. Over there, they were trailing by a little bit more. I think it was 12-8. They were able to claw it back to 12-11 before losing that final round of regulation. Bowden draws first blood. This double AWP setup can work on it, Mirage, sort of depending on how and where you're playing them. And right now, they are in sort of good positions. But if they end up losing a site and having to play for the retake, things get sticky. Matthias's rifle isn't in a conveniently retrievable position. Jaquinho does manage to get a refrag back onto Doobs at least. Smoke will go down. Oh no, Quez is close. They're going to just try and play right through this and bursting out. It's Beast over. One of the newer additions, but leaving his mark. And I think this one is just about chalked. Tape where nose. There's no escape now. They've been absolutely smoked, schooled by the 19-year-old. And just like that, it'll be Lilmix breezing on to that next round. It's not the playoffs just yet for them, but it's a lifeline here in the EPL groups. They'll play up against the loser of, let me just go and double check, that Astralis Talents Laser Cats game, which will be taking place in a couple of days' time. So that'll be an interesting one. Oh, sorry, that is the wrong group. That's the wrong group. The loser of the kONO Young Ninjas game, that will be taking place in a minute. How did I get that so screwed up? Right, yeah, they'll be playing against the loser of that game that we've got up next, that kONO Young Ninjas game. I think that's going to be a blast. I think that should be a really interesting match. So you should definitely stick around for it. But yeah, sadly, that is goodbye for the Wolves. So heartbreak right there. Cravesy, Cravesy, thank you so much for the kind words, bro. I hope to see you again soon. That means that we've got another match coming up very shortly, though. And because we're running over schedule, I reckon there's not going to be much of a break. So we're going to go for maybe 5 or so minutes, and then we'll be back with that next game. So go grab yourself a drink, but don't go too far, because we'll be waiting with the action. Welcome back, everybody. Map 2, ready for business. And of course, sorry, not map 2, series 2. Lost my train of thought a little bit. Young Ninjas against kONO. This has been sort of the anticipated game of the day. There was a lot of people in the stream towards the tail end of that last series. Just eager, waiting for this one to start. We are here now, ready to rumble. And I'm excited for it as well. I'm not sure who pulls ahead here. I've been very fond of kONO as a team, and for this exact reason. They have individuals that can just pop off. And Soltovsky taking no prisoners here with a duel. He's teed up for the ace. It's the dink and gets all 5. All by himself. Shuts that down. And kONO, wow. What a way to kick things off. Pretty incredible, to be honest. This is a team that, you know, have gone through various iterations, like, over the last couple of years. Sort of chopped and changed a few players at the start of this year, but you've got the core of, like, the old bait roster, and then, you know, Soltovsky brings in, like, so much flair into this team. The previous stints on Ikla. You see Kiev. Right here. Should just be light work against the pistols, but, to be fair, you do expect them to stop that bomb plant, and they don't, so bit of credit there for the young ninjas for even getting that C4 down and giving them that little bit of extra cash. Wanted to go for the run boost, didn't work, doesn't matter, they're still going to press for the aggression with the elbow smoke. They can take some liberties, and that is exactly what they will do. Captain Kirka getting aggressive up onto shelf. Zogan doubles down towards the bottom of mid. He's even able to follow up. That's filthy onto Blue Phoenix. Almost another. This game is already heating up. It's round number 3, and we have seen just some incredible mechanics, some incredible work being done. This is the NIP map pick as well, you got to remember. So it's just cruel. Cruel to come in with this kind of brute force. Captain Kirka lining them up like dominoes. Won't quite find the strike. Aston actually manages to follow up for another, so can hold on for a minute. Beautiful. Dispatching of what was a little bit of a half-buy force up there for the young ninjas. They have that max loss bonus, so they can justify just going that little bit deeper into the investment. Captain Kirker, again, cracking things open, even against the buy round. Blue Phoenix, finally, gives us a bit of resistance. kONO crumble. Slightly awkward time for it, but Blue Phoenix pops out with a 3K. Where's the NIP love? I feel like there was a load of people here before, eager for this NIP game to start, and they've all gone a little bit quiet. Talk to me. The boys need to hear you. Easy pickings in this one. Again, I'm not sure where this has come from. To be honest, out of Young Ninjas. They've made this look scarily easy, these last 2 rounds. Not a single casualty taken there in that one. I was sort of talking previously about how strange this Young Ninjas roster actually is, because when you look at, you know, the players and the ages of the players and whatnot, it is a little bit strange. Like, you know, you've got Blue Phoenix, who's a very experienced player. He's 24. You've got Mistum, who's also very experienced. I think he's 23. You've got like a couple of young guns, I guess, like Rod's 19, Yocap's 19. Mahar's definitely like your academy prospect. He's just 16 years old and yeah, really promising talent. I think a lot of the time you do have these academy lineups, you do have to kind of mix a bit of experience with a bit of youth. That doesn't always necessarily need to be the case. I think we've seen, you know, enough scenarios with Navi Jr. and Spirit Academy and the Aura Youngbloods as well. Another good example of just like a, you know, everyone's really young. So it doesn't always have to be the way, but yeah, it is sort of an interesting approach to this one for Hart. Spotson trying to press through and deny this plant that won't be able to, but Amster does find 1 kill. For a full eco round like this, you know, that's all you're really looking for. You get a second, that'd be great. Soltovsky will confirm that. So, there you go. They'll finish off the 2 players that they damaged. They'll leave a little bit of a mark, but it is still going to be 3 on the board for the Young Ninjas. And snapping back at the heels of kONO. Ukrainians that got off to a lightning start here on Ancient. WePlay doesn't exist anymore, so don't need to have a bunch of kids. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I'm with you, but yeah, it just feels, yeah, I don't know, just sort of interesting to have, like, you know, it feels like these academy projects, you're either trying to sort of develop players into the main team, which I guess could still happen. You know, it could bring Mr. back up to that main roster again, I guess. Or, you know, you're trying to sort of push them to the heights as high as they can go. And then you hit that ceiling of, like, ECL and you can't go any higher than that. And then, you know, you sell those players off to Tier 1 organisations. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see what the future holds for this Young Ninjas lineup. I think it's an interesting lineup. It just, yeah, it doesn't necessarily follow the blueprint of some or many other academy projects, I think is the way to sort of look at that. Bomb beeping away. Retake. on its way up ramp. They don't have any util, though, after that volley's been deployed. And they don't have a kit either. So they do need to speed this up. Captain Kirk has found that first kill. And now they need to just focus on getting this defused. But no, they've fumbled it. They weren't expecting the last to be in cave. And they've just screwed a 1v3. Because no one had a defuse kit. And kONO wasn't quite quick enough to get back on that angle and trade. It's disastrous. And it cost them such a key round. One they're going to be feeling a little bit sore about. It's important in these scenarios to be able to sort of mentally reset. And, you know, when you do have a little bit of an unlucky curveball thrown at you like that, should be able to recover. Mahart looking to get out of middle. Yocab's there with him. Quite like this from Captain Kirker. No one's going to be really on the receiving end of this, but, you know, they're able to stack up the B site as a result of his aggression and information gained. Catching the donut player, though, becomes a little awkward. Captain Kirker's just going to charge it down with his MP9, upgrades into the AK, ready for the next fight, and it's on to Rudd. Or dispatched of. And this one rifle, trying to do it all here. As he knows he needs to. They'll still have a go at this. Amster's found an AWP, though, so it does feel like there's a little bit of an out. Bomb's already halfway ticked. They're not going to have a kit again. And if that kill doesn't go their way, perhaps they pull the plug. But now with the man advantage, they fancy their chances. Peek in, though. Mahar's going to double down, deny that plant. And that's where Amster does need to cut his losses. Realises that that sniper's a little too valuable to just toss in the bin. Ooh. Not allowed it anyway. Young Ninja's on to 5. They've found a real resurgence here. So Young Ninja's on a bit of a streak. I said before, so it was during a tech pause that there was that fire emoji, and I thought it was sort of referencing that stuff's on fire, stuff's breaking. That's what the animation was for, but actually it just means they're on a streak. It was just an unfortunate convenience. Out of middle. He's been very good in these last couple of rounds, looking to make his mark here. Wants this early entry against the bite. Amster instead will deny that, finds that pick. kONO needs to be careful. There's really no need for this. There you go. All right. Yeah, when he was kind of walking into that smoke and spamming, I'm thinking, you got the man advantage. There is really no need to take this risk, but dials it back. kONO, big spam through the wood. Yocab will confirm that he's pressing up onto short as well. 2 versus 1, but he's got that bomb and he's managed to slip the net. He's going to run round to the CT spawn, onto the A site. Oh, well, he had the timing to just go and plant, but trying to double it back and take the fights. Fancied his chances, trying to isolate those duels. Maybe wasn't sure that both were going to be rotating through there. Thought that maybe he could just isolate the one and then play the 1 versus 1 post plant, but Yeah, doesn't end up being the case. Gonna finally bite back. It's been a little bit quiet from them these last few rounds. Spam through the smoke. Grud. For the early advantage. There you go. Spam's on the money that time round. Caught with a reload. He'll be punished. Zogan has to trade it and he doesn't. And the young ninjas. Right back to winning ways. Remarkably quickly here. Oh. A little bit awkward. We'll get back in the server straight away. Don't worry, folks. So, running it back. Young ninjas straight into the A site. 1 for 1 on the trade. That's fine. They'll keep pressing here for the plant. They've got that smoke down. The molly's into temple, so they'll have a bit of time and space. They've got the donut control as well. There's a crunch from both ends. So no escape for kONO. And a tricky retake ahead of them, especially with Mahara and Mistim having that crossfire set up there in the donut. Second those 2 kills come through. Feels like Owner and Zogan don't really want to touch this, but it looks like they're gonna. Final round of the half, of course they will. The Yokab will be there to deny. So, much better stuff out of the young ninjas. Considering how that started, they were 4-0 down. The fact they've brought it back to a 7-5 half in their favour is pretty remarkable. So, they're going to be feeling happy, heads held high. I'm ready to move straight on into this next. The pistol round can go their way. They'll be feeling good about this. So, second half pistol, worth its weight in gold here for kONO, to be honest. It is their opponent's map pick, so they're not, like, desperate for it, but considering how it started, they're going to be feeling a little bit sore if they just get smoked here in the second half. They've somehow managed to take a lot of space, but young ninjas have given it to them. They're happy to play together, and for the retake, 2 insta-dinks. Cause problems for Mr. and Rudd. Somehow, Rudd manages to find one before falling. Yokab chimes in the meantime too. All 3 here in donut. And 2 pairs of jewellies seem quite scary. Great flashbang. Soltovsky follows up with a double of his own. Remember, he found an ace in the first pistol round with those jewel Berettas. This time the 2-piece. 7 kills in the pistol rounds. Certainly can't say it's his fault if this one doesn't go their way. Owner at least will secure a bomb plant. And a bit of time and space to maneuver get himself a good position. In that same time, Blue Phoenix can go and grab a kit. He's got the Kevlar behind it too. I'd have thought he'd maybe grab some jewellies, but Owner's starting to second guess this. With how long Blue Phoenix has taken, Owner does start to entertain the idea that he's wrapping all the way around through ramp or something. Now takes that contact, and things get a little bit awkward. Blue Phoenix taps that bomb with the kit. Could have just held it. Opts against, and Owner will be there to finish and punish kONO. It's another big round. Pushes them on to 6. So, a low buy here for Young Ninjas, but it is still, you know, everything invested for them. It's that CT4 spike. Owner has to try and recover this because they've taken a bit of a blow early. Oh, MP9 over the top. There you go, Owner. Converts that 3 versus 5 into a 3v2 in their favour. Soltovsky chimes in, as does Zogan. Blue Phoenix all by himself. Not for much longer. Soltovsky will get a double of his own. kONO will tie things back up at 7 apiece. And again, considering that this is their opponent's map pick, reasonably commanding stuff. It'd be a crazy map to convert. Put them in a fantastic position to close this series in their favour, perhaps in 2 bites. If the third's necessary, then so be it, but they'll be feeling confident for sure. Do expect them to convert their own map pick, though. Just the eco hit, aggression into mid, pistols do get a little bit more than I think anyone's really expecting there. The trades are swift. 2 players will stay alive. Zogan doesn't manage to upgrade off of that Galil. I'm not sure. Were there other AKs? I think so. Molly into elbow. Yoka. Under some pressure here. That pressure alleviates and goes elsewhere. Onto this A bomb site. Rug. Flashed off the angle with the AWP, with the flashbang back in. Maha lines up 3. And it's absolutely brutal. That fast rotation, it all just comes down to how quickly he clocks that they'd pulled the plug on mid and was sending it up A main. He does hear the information, but it's very difficult to distinguish the difference between 3 pairs of footsteps, 4 or 5. Just giving up that elbow position. Rotating right over as quick as he did is really what saved that round. Has been a super fast-paced map as well. It's sort of an interesting kind of chat. Like when you, whoa, so tough ski makes me eat my words. Just shuts me up for a minute. But yeah, it has. It's been wildly fast-paced. When you look at sort of how quickly contact's taking place and how quickly these rounds are getting done. I mean, they bombed it into the B site there, and this was a 2 versus 1 within the first sort of 25-30 seconds, which seems to be a bit of a recurring theme. Both teams just sort of throwing themselves at each other here. And for kONO, that's even more justified. On their T side, on their opponent's pick, it does feel like sort of that's what you do, right? You just flex your muscles a little bit. Here we go again. Another buy back for the Ninjas, but you've got to be careful. This economy's so fragile at this stage in the game. It can seriously get worrying. Missed him down to an MP9. There was no util. It was like a smoke and a flash. That was it on Yokam. But Run is doing it all. 2 big shots. Maybe overdoes it a little bit. Peeking into the third. But you'd expect that this is enough. Molly burning out the close man. That's Blue Phoenix. And Soltovsky with 2 of his own. Thinking perhaps he'll do his best to do a good Rudd impression. Captain Kirker would have had a freebie if he'd have taken the other route. Had the sight line into Donut, but opts against it. Ends up going through Temple instead. Might still have a free kill here anyway. Everything. Missed him. Holding for it, but Captain Kirker's quicker. And now back into a 2v2. And a world that perhaps this could happen. Bomb being tapped down. Massive shot back from Captain Kirker. And Yokam's alone. Another round that felt so plausible. But it's been stripped away. Oh, it's such a mess. But the flashbang's just good enough. And that's what gets it over the line. It's 10 here for kONO. It's double digits. I stressed the importance of that economy and how scary, how fragile it was really looking. That comes back to bite them big time here. It's still the right call. That buy in the last, then, you know, save some money here. They'll have an investment in the next, but that'll be denying their opponents map point on their own pick more than likely. MP9, Yokam is glue holding this together. Blue Phoenix is 5-7 as well. This is just chaos. And again, another example of just crazy fast pace. And it working. Zogan knows this round is cooked, obviously. He's already backed off to save. That bomb is down on the B ramp. It's just unrecoverable. It's just sort of James time, right? It's just sat, patient. No one's going to go hunting for him either. The young ninja's money is so fragile. This was a round that they weren't really supposed to win. He certainly won't be taking it for granted. So we run it back again. kONO pulls to the wall here into the A-bomb site, and the pistols are doing a whole lot. Yokam doubling up. Makes things interesting for a second. But it's short-lived. It's kONO on to 11, despite what we just saw in the last round. This back and forth has been relentless. And I do not know the answer. I do not know how to propose fixing it. It's been scrappy. It's been messy. Amster. Mega entry. Out on the bomb site. Gives them that early advantage. No Camp at least will be able to trade back, but I think he should be good for the kill onto Rudd. No, Rudd bumps into something. Panics. Dials back. Amster still through the smoke. Punishes. Follows up with another headshot. That is gross. kONO. Wow. Where does this come from, you know? It's these little flashes in the pan. It's these little moments. Now, the majority of them have been from Soltovsky and Captain Kirk, that's for sure, but Amster giving us one just there. And kONO really teed themselves up for a 2-0 now. Young Ninjas have had some good moments, some good opportunities. Couple of key swing rounds. If they didn't lose to the Pistols when it was 10-9. That switch up, that change of pace on the a bomb site. Would have pushed them ahead, but 2 for 2 there on the entry. Big picks. Soltovsky follows up. Amster takes one more of his own. Missed him. In from behind. The last hope in the 1v3. kONO looking to just hammer down this final nail. Missed him. Does find one back. But this looks like it is destined for a kONO win. And a map 2 with it all on the line for the Young Ninjas. Now, to be honest, even if they lose this game, they go into the that next series. They'll be playing against Lilmix. I don't really do fancy their chances in that matchup. But we're not looking at that just yet. We're focused on this one right here. Young Ninjas have now got to bite back in map 2. Of course, it will be the kONO map pick, and it's not going to be easy. We're going to go to a short break. When we return, we will be back with that second map of the series. So don't go too far, folks. It's definitely not one you want to miss. Welcome back, everybody. We're good to go here with map number 2, kONO. I'm not going to say they smoked Young Ninjas on that first map, because they didn't, but there were some very convincing moments. Some very compelling arguments to be made that they were just above and beyond the better team there. On the Young Ninjas map pick, now they go into their own choice. A map where they can spread their wings a little bit. It's Dust 2. And we were sort of marveling at some of the mechanics that we saw out of these individuals in that first map. And you really just expect that to flourish here. Captain Kirka shutting it down. Zogan will finish off as well. So kONO, first on the board. Tidy stuff. Yeah, a very, very good start. So, Young Ninjas. Just on the full eco here. Owner's going to try and zoom his way forward with the Mac 10. Big pickups. Tim and Amster. Keep this clean. Soltovsky with another. And there you go. kONO onto a second. Couple of casualties isn't great, but first buy round out here for the Young Ninjas, and a fair bit of weight behind this one. They're very aware that they need to convert here to keep some kind of pressure applied. They've lost the first map, they've lost their map pick. And they're off to a rocky start here in their opponents as well. Yokab at least being that second line of defense on this B site. And what is that communication? Captain Kirka, despite both of his teammates falling from door, is looking heaven. And he just gets swung and killed as well. Zogan with a 2v1. Feels doable. Not if he gets caught out in the timing like that, though. Missed him. Shuts it down. And, well, not bad. Not bad at all. So first on the board, perhaps the start of better things to come. I'm ready to roll again. Captain Kirk. Tech 9 in hand, looking to have an impact. Yokap shutting them and denying at the door. 4 kills, looking for the ace. Oh, just a swap to the pistol. Yeah, he's kind of happy to give up his pride here and just pursue the round win. So tied up at 2 apiece. Key round taken there in the last from the Young Ninjas. An opportunity here for them to get aggressive and try and snatch away the next bite. Zogan, Soltovsky, Captain Kirka triple it up in unison. It's a massive pickup. Amster finishes it off. So finding back a kONO, putting on the foundations to close this out. 2-0. Hard tank down very low. I like this boost up. Rod had that deep sight line into short. Down into the lower tunnels. Doesn't gain anything off of it, but could have been their opportunity for that early advantage. A solid buyout of the young ninjas, but there are a couple of contingencies. Mirage dropping. Those cracks perhaps are exposed. Yocap behind the cart. Gets himself two, and Blue Phoenix from the top of middle. Catching away another as well. Okay, young ninjas get it done with the... you can't quite call it weaker weaponry, but they had a FAMAS. They had that MP9 as well, so... you know, not all the bells and whistles. Nice early pick from Rudd. It is just against the pistols, so, you know, not expecting too much here, but... we're going to try and make something work it. A bomb plant would be ideal. A couple of kills would be a cherry on top. Oh, Rudd. Just making light work of them. The one weapon that you kind of worry about a little bit at a round like this is that AWP. There's just that potential for the pistols to overwhelm him. He ends up finding himself a 4K. Swaps to the pistol for the ace. Can't get it, obviously. That bomb plant will go down. So, yeah, honestly, sort of hitting the jackpot there, kONO. Not quite. They don't get the round win, but, you know, couple of kills. 2 kills. That C4 going down definitely does them some favours. So 4-3. And as I say, kONO should be reasonably happy with the outcome of that last round. Won't be all too doom and gloom about the fact that it means that they're not leading anymore. They are now at a slight deficit. So, round number 8. Worth a fair bit here. For both teams, of course, but especially for kONO, who are the ones now trailing. Neither team have got heaps of cash in the bank, but of course, the finances are looking just that little bit more fragile here for the T side. Blue Phoenix. This is an interesting spot. I don't think this goes clear. He should be good for at least one. He'll actually make it two. Owner's there for the trade, but... Oh, the AWP shot's missed. Things spice up for a second. Yokab has to plug the bleeding. Good flashbang. Rud blinded. Still hits the shot. Owner gone. Okay, number 9. I'm still with a big headshot. His teammate falling in the meantime. Captain Kirker going down. It is just the pistols again, but... things going back and forth, they don't really have like a major loss bonus luxury. So there's actually no Kevlar with this. It is just the Desert Eagles, but a good opportunity nonetheless. Try and do a bit of damage, especially in the hands of these very mechanically capable aimers. Fantastic players. Aha! Was tested, but... the test was no match for him. Kind of bonkers. See him walking into just the one man on the B site. You think, okay, you know, there's a pretty decent chance that, yeah, he'll trade. Maybe 2 for 1, maybe 3 for 1 here. But a decent chance that kONO will get a second kill on a bomb plant out of what is effectively an eco round. Instead, they are denied just that. Six to 3, then Young Ninja taking the reins on their opponent's pick. Making a statement saying we are not going to go down without a fight here. I'm looking to take this to a 3rd and final map. Missed them. Creeping forward, smoke goes down into CT for the mid-B split, but missed him shutting it down. And there is no split. You've got Mahal already pushed into tunnels, so it is just that single-pronged approach. H is going to blow the smoke open, gives a sight line that benefits Soltovsky, but Mahal's there on the pincer. And tidy stuff as Young Ninjas take 7. Oh no, isn't going to clear his left-hand side. They will play the trigger discipline though, so Yokap should be teed up for 2. There you go, just wait for him to line up. Doesn't even waste the ammo. 2 bullets, 2 headshots. Very clean. And the round will sort of follow suit to that. Rod takes a fair bit of damage, Yokap takes a little tag, but that's about it. Young Ninjas breeze on onto 8. When you looked at the start of this map, it really felt like we would see either the kONO victory or something competitive. This has been anything but that. Messy stuff out along Captain Kirker. Nice just to trade it out 1 for 1, but... ooh! I was going to say, that doesn't really do it justice because he's down to 6 HP, so I can't imagine he'll do much more, but... I made to swallow my words before I even say them. A ridiculous shot to follow up. Blue Phoenix didn't stand a chance. Goes back into a 3-on-3 as Captain Kirker does eventually get traded, but... Feels like he's already done great work. Boost over the smoke. Soltovsky hitting a monster shot. And Radu's been fantastic so far this map. He's 9 and 4. Still on a good angle. Teammate coming in to help him, but the molly. Oh, so awkward. Has managed to smoke it, but yeah, they know he's there. They'll be ready to spam. Can't hit the shot. It's a shame. Yeah, Cap still sort of wants to fight this. If he still had to rotate, he wouldn't want to touch it. But 1v3, he's got a decent position. Time pressure not quite causing problems yet for kONO, but their hand is still somewhat forced. And they'll press into this A site. First contact made, but the flash is just too good. Soltovsky, sort of low HP with the AWP, just saying, you know what, I'm just going to keep popping flashes over the top for you. It, you know, does a whole lot more than just him posted on an angle and potentially being left in a 1v1. Has his impact without the bullets. A true pacifist, but an instigator, perhaps, for the violence. Guys are going at it in chat. I've had really nice, friendly people keeping me company all day, and now you guys are just arguing. You have 7k euros Ninja 6x. Okay. Good luck. Bold. Placing that kind of money on games like this. They're always so volatile. Every single match. That sort of, you know, this... Maybe not so much kONO, but you can start to call this like tier 3 Counter-Strike now. And yeah, it's just all over the shop, right? You know, kONO were dominant on their opponent's map pick. They come into Dust 2, it's just like their best map in the pool, and they're losing. It's just so difficult to predict. Very little consistency in these teams. I mean, you can be consistently good, but, you know, in terms of previous matchups and the data and whatnot, it so often goes out of the window. Just comes down to who's hitting their jewels on the day. Missed him. Yes, we got the trade back here on long. Second half pistol. Important, definitely for both sides, but you can't help but feel far more so for kONO. Losing this means 9-4 and perhaps beyond. It's another headshot out of Mistem. He's been a menace. Zogan can take one back, but Mistem continues to be that problem, that thorn in their side. C4 still not down, though. It's actually dropped outside of the tunnels, so a bit of a spanner in the works, but as Mistem's still hitting shots, he's on for the ace. He won't get it. Yocab steals it away. But, yeah, it's nothing even too flashy there for the 4K. It's just throughout the round, picking people off, isolating those jewels and winning them. Looking pretty comfortable and confident in the process. Missed him. Lining him up then against the Eco. No stress. Right there. Tidy work being done. Mahar will follow up as well. Just add a couple of kills to his tally. Not on HLTV just yet. I think it'll be the playoffs that that's where some of those eco-frag stat pads can really come important into fruition. Everybody wants them. So ready to rumble once again. Young Ninjas. And a bonus. kONO have got a good buy, but does that matter? Right now, these Galils are doing it all. The fire at the feet of Soltovsky. Manages to get one before dropping, but that's all. Yokab, not expecting the CT buyer walking up, does get caught. Everyone else falling like flies. Young Ninjas will make this 11. And such a bizarre turn of events, right? After losing their map pick, coming into Dust 2, losing the pistol on the follow-up, you think, okay. This is probably going to be a 2-0, and it just doesn't even really come close to that. With how this has gone now. I'm just on the AI winner prediction, given 1% chance when he has an absolute 0% chance of winning this. He doesn't even have time to rotate and get to the bomb. AI is not taking our jobs just yet, guys.
Terrorists win.
Unless it's calculating for a divine power swooping in and teleporting him to the A site. Technically, it's possible. Yeah, I feel sorry for some of you who have bet on the over on the round count, because I also was really expecting this to be at least a closer game. You know, I thought if there was going to be a stomp, it would more likely be on kONO's part. And yeah, at the very least, this would be a close affair, and it just hasn't been. Soltovsky. Rattling off some scout shots through the smoke. A bit of a last hurrah. I mean, Young Ninjas aren't quite on that point just yet, but, you know, they absolutely need to win this round if they want any real chance at this. Soltovsky. Oh, what a shot. Little jiggle for Mass. Takes the contact. Zogan's there to trade, but only after Rudd has found that first. It's alright. I think Zogan's keeping a lid on things here. He's found himself the 3k absolutely when needed. Captain Kirker's there, and, you know, a glimmer of hope. A thin and small chance that perhaps, just perhaps, they could convert something here. Big early pick. Such good work from Mistem. Being able to sort of take that initiative and have the confidence to say, yeah, drop me that up. I've got a high initiative play here. I'm going to go for the peak on long. I've got the spawn. Confident that I will win that duel and not give the enemy team an early man advantage, and then I can drop it back to you. He's out onto the site then. Oh, Amster does hold it for a second, but everybody else crumbling. Young Ninjas should just be comfortable for this 12th now. You're really not expecting much more resistance out of this, especially with Mahar finding Zoltovsky elsewhere. Zogan then left by himself. That'll be 12. Zogan can't do a whole lot about it. In fact, Zogan can't do anything about it. He's kind of hoping that someone gives him an exit frag. It's not going to happen. You sort of got Mahar exploring a little bit there on long, but nobody getting too exploratory. Nobody overstepping, overdoing it. They're going to secure the round and secure the economy, the money to go in the next with it. +2's been a fragile game here for kONO. So, early util into long. Zogan. Seven rounds to recover here. Just doesn't feel doable. It doesn't feel doable at all. This round, at least they've got the rifles. That saved AK in the last. From Zogan, dropped over to Captain Kirker. The rest on the M4s. Got the Kevlar. Zogan's still got that helmet. One kit, a tiny bit of util. Short control given up. That's okay. Won't lose any lives in the process. They're happy to just give up that space, that control. Here goes Yoka. Oh, that's a shame. A mistake made from Captain Kirker to try and play through those clouds. It's not the B split as anticipated with the smoke. Instead, it's a crunch round onto A and relentless executions one by one. kONO drop, and that will put a lid on things here for map number 2. Young Ninjas proving that they have still got so much fight left in them. They're taking us to a third and final. And I'm excited for this. I really don't know which way this is going to lean anymore. I really thought that was going to be a 2-0. I thought the win condition was actually, you know, Young Ninjas taking their map pick. The second they lost it, I thought that was them cooked. But somehow, some way, they pull off the impossible. Not quite the impossible, but it was pretty magical. We're going to go to a short break. When we return, we'll be back with that third and final map of the series. You don't want to miss it, folks. This one should be a banger, so don't go too far. Welcome back, everybody. Third and final map of our day here at EPL Season 21. It's been a bit of a wild ride so far, I'll be completely honest. kONO snatched away the Young Ninjas map pick. It wasn't a stomp, but it was quite convincing. They then got smoked on their own. Dust 2, I thought that was going to be a breeze. It didn't even come close. And now we come down to this decider, Mirage, a map with a lot of parallels that can be drawn. 2 Dust 2. But how will they fare after having their confidence knocked like it was? Oh no, at least we'll take one back. Young Ninjas will keep things convincing and keep up that momentum that I feel they had in that second map. They'll breeze right into this one with that same kind of force. Okay, Mr. YoCab making light work of this. It is just the full eco, of course, but... No, just onto owner. Does actually manage to get himself one. Not too bad at all, but... Yeah, obviously, just an impossible recovery there. So, 2-0 start. We've seen how sort of fragile MR12 can be. You know, you give a team an early advantage like this, and it can become a real big problem. Real big problem. This buy round worth so much shit. Amster on the balcony, ready to take these gunfights. They're coming his way. And the pressure gets a little heavy, but conversions right here. Owner following up with a double. And Zogan now left by himself. How Rudd and Blue Phoenix have turned this back around is a mystery. One that we'll momentarily have an answer to. The 3-0. Still remarkably comfortable. To rein in. Sotovsky, even with just the USP, actually draws first blood. It's a good start. Can they capitalise upon it further? Another pick out of Amstead. This is supposed to be an easy round for the young ninjas. They've made light work against rifles. Somehow struggling here against the eco. But the bomb will go down nonetheless. They'll give themselves a bit of space. Yocab with one more. Owner trades it back, but Yocab to try and complete the quadra. Left it with a 2 versus 1. And he was left by himself, and he's able to convert it. So, 4 kills on the board. Young Ninjas on to 4 rounds, and they're looking very, very good. Very, very good indeed. kONO will be back on to another buy, so they've sort of got that to look forward to, I guess, but it's been struggles, I feel, so far at least. Yeah, Cap, big early entry. Man advantage, a good position to be in to go with it. Blue Phoenix does manage to land that head. Followed up in kind. Again, solid work. Five to 0. Low buy back for kONO. It feels like they've just run out of the wind in their sails, right? After that last map, after just getting smoked on Dust 2. You're sort of left with just low morale, no confidence. No hope. Missed a lovely shot. It's just against pistols, so, you know, no stresses, but very clean and multi-kills. You know, everyone's getting a piece of the pie on this. That's sort of what's interesting. These multi-kills have been fantastic, and they've come from everyone. So, Young Ninjas on 6. Everything else for now becomes irrelevant. kONO have just got to focus on getting a kill on the board, a round on the board, and some kills to go with it, because they've struggled even with a lot of these gunfights so far, let alone actually putting rounds down. There you go, a little bit of initiative, a little bit of aggression. It works nicely. Rod's able to return the favour, and somehow they still get onto the B site. C4 down, Soltovsky with that AWP. Mahat able to trade one back, though, and whilst they've both got kits, they've both got smokes, it just doesn't feel like they're teed up for this at all. The AWP, the wrong weapon for the job. He does manage to find that first at range, but now Closing the gap. The no-scope from Zoltovsky is disgusting. And just when I'm sort of singing the end of this one and saying, yep, there's no chance. He hits a ridiculous shot like that, and perhaps that puts a breath of life in them. Perhaps that fresh air that they needed. You know, you're just getting pummeled, and you're just round after round being absolutely smoked. Sometimes you need a little bit of luck. Sometimes you need one of those ridiculous rounds to convert and... pick yourself back up a little bit. We've seen scattered pieces on the floor of kONO for these last two maps, but... the wind back in their sails, maybe a chance here. Bomb still in spawn. We deploy a window smoke. Sort of give this illusion that perhaps there'll be mid-presence, keep somebody busy. Second kill converting in the meantime, though. Mahat all the way up sandwich. Yeah, obviously there's going to be a stair swing and it's going to cause him problems. Missed him, at least we'll trade back for 2. And gives himself a little bit of room here. Only through to jungle. Plants default. Not a lot that owner can do about it. He wants to try and wait for Amstead to get into a better position as well before committing to anything. Timing's awkward. Allows Mistum to cross to triple. The problem is now they know he's triple. While he was still default, there's this sort of opportunity that maybe he's crossed a ramp or palace or under or wherever. But yeah, timing. He's done well. He's back to default. They're now just taking these gunfights as they come. Dink through the wood, though. Amster's there to follow it up. And that's a pretty good round from kONO. So 6-2. kONO, a long way to go. A long way to go to bring this back, but they are somewhat on the right track for it. Blue Phoenix, in the meantime, walking his way down middle. Smoke. Interconnector. Rudd with a big shot. Cap with an important pickup of his own. That's a 2-man advantage. They surely can't fumble this now. Blue Phoenix even holding for this push out. I don't know how he hasn't seen it. There you go. Will manage to land the head as Zoltovsky falls back. Almost got Rudd killed, though. So it's just on to Owner and Zogan. It's a nice shot from Owner, but you know, the bomb already routing towards B. There's not a lot that can really be done about this. Mahat will follow up with another.
Bomb has been planted.
And Owner's just by himself. And at this point, you sort of scratch your head and go, what do I do here? What am I supposed to bring into this round? You know, he's just trying to save this M4, but he knows that they're all around him. And he's got to try and sort of duck and weave and maneuver into a position where he even gets given the opportunity to carry across that rifle. He has managed to do exactly that. So he will stay alive, live another day. Go into a little bit of a tech pause before we go any further here. A little bit awkward, but... we're back underway then. Everyone's still on the server, so yeah, good signs when, you know, no one's disconnecting, no one's having server connection issues, anything like that. We're back and good to roll here once again. Sotovsky, Zogan, stacked up, one on top of the balcony, one underneath it, ready for this A execution that's about to commence, but the fire at their feet causes problems. Blue Phoenix, Maha, shutting this down. No opportunity for kONO. And incredibly clean. Rod will follow up with another. Captain Kirker then all alone. Let's take him on with a 5-7. Not too shabby, but nothing more. So 8-2. Young Ninjas. Decent stuff. Decent stuff. It's edging closer and closer to that finish line. It is emerging. I'm interested to see if they sort of keep up this dominance or whether we do see any kind of resurgence from kONO. With Phoenix. Out of Palace. Amster's managed to find one in the meantime, but they have managed to find a bit of a gap here. They'll get out onto the A site as a result. I hate to say that Mahal was just sort of fodder there in that round, but he kind of was. Pulled them all away from mid. It's another example there of the crosshair bang on the money with the AWP, but it not finding the kill. That one was a massive shot, though. It puts it into the 2v1. They've got the information that Mistem's miles away, so Captain Kirker wants to isolate this fight. But he's tagged down. I think he was legged there as he jumped across to Tetris. It's unfortunate for the young ninjas. They don't just get it done on easy mode. Now it's a little bit harder. Mistem doesn't really have any information as to where Captain Kirker resides, but with the info that he's been legged, he should have a decent idea that he's sort of tucked away somewhere here. Bombs down in Sandwich as well. If he walks up the stairs, he might have a bit of a sight line. There's HE as well. Yeah, this is brilliant. That shuts it down. See you later, Captain Kirker. Well played, mister. Not mister. Mistem. Sorry. I'm watching too much Danish Counter-Strike recently. Just a nice little gift from an anonymous donor there, with him just with the HE on the floor. It's like a Hunger Games moment. 1v1, quick, somebody donate and drop Mr. HE at his feet. Some of you will get it, I don't know. $700 people here, no one's keeping me company. Who have people got bets placed on? Who are people rooting for? We've got some fans in the chat. Seems like we had the Young Ninjas squad here earlier. Bigging up the academy side. And, well, they've heard you. They've heard you. They lost their map pick. And since then, they have just looked fantastic. They've looked like the... I mean, they have been. It's not even like they've looked like they have been the much better team here in this series. Especially on Dust 2 and Mirage. Crazy to think that we've gone to a third map. Amster, it gives that a decent go, but it burns to the flames. But it's crazy to think we've gone to a third map here. Young Ninjas might take this 2-1. On paper, that seems close, but when you actually look at like the round distribution, you know, the first map was pretty close. It was 13-9. It wasn't, you know, super close, but it wasn't a complete stomp. And then they just smoked them on Dust 2, 13-5. They're now 10-2 up here on the third map. This hasn't really been a close game. Oh, Rudd getting things off to a flying start here again. Oh, wow. Wow, wow, wow. I really wasn't expecting this to just be... this to just continue, you know. I really thought that kONO would maybe come in with a pistol round and give us somewhat of a recovery, but they just get smoked. Just up against the full eco. This should now be 12 here for Young Ninjas. What a stomp this has been. As easy and clean as it gets. 10 chances to close this out now. They will be against a bye here, but I'm not expecting a lot. So, final hurrah here for kONO. You can't help but feel that you really don't have any chance in this. At least in the comeback, in this round, perhaps. And we will see that little bite back. Cab begs to differ, and how the hell he has brought this to a recoverable situation is beyond me. If he, honestly, if he clutches this round, it's just the icing on top, right? And C4 going down, he kind of wants to cut his losses and hold on to that AK, but yeah, for a second there when he was playing through that short smoke, there's a world that maybe they give him a fight and he brawls that into a 1v1. So 12-3. Who win? I wonder. If I was a betting man, I'd have to hedge my bets on young ninjas. Huh. So 3v3. Young Ninja's looking to just finish this one off. Here, stuck on the bomb site. Ooh, does actually get timing. Mistim's there for the trade. And as he starts to press, he's delayed the plant. He hasn't found the kill and denied it, but yeah, it'll stop it in its tracks. Might be able to follow up and finish this off. There it is. Mistim and Blue Phoenix shutting it down. And Young Ninjas, wow. Just giving us something pretty magical there, I'll be perfectly honest. Sorry, my camera, I moved my desk and my camera sort of went over there. But yeah, awesome, awesome stuff. Young Ninjas giving us a real show. And exciting to see, to be honest, from the squad, that they have that potential. kONO are a very, very good side, and they've given us an exciting showing there, that's for sure. Now, they do still have to overcome one more hurdle. It is Lilmix in that sort of lower game here in the group, or that decider game here in the group, to try and get through to the playoffs. But I'm pretty confident in their abilities to do so, especially after what they just showed us right there. That's going to wrap things up for today, though, on EPL Season 21. Thank you so much for sticking around, guys. We'll be back, I believe, tomorrow with more group stage action. So make sure you come and join us for it, because things are going to be heating up, and soon we'll have the playoffs, and that's where the real magic happens. Have a wonderful rest of your day, though, folks, and I will see you all next time. Bye-bye.